Welcome to the 2024 Big E and National Eastern Regional Southdown Show. Our judge today is Gary Saylor of Bell Center, Ohio. Gary is the claim supervisor with AgriSompo North America Crop Insurance. He's also a full-time auctioneer and managing partner of Select Livestock Services. Gary is also the assistant shepherd for Little Oaks Livestock Natural Colored Sheep, where his grandchildren are now taking over the reins. Let's welcome Gary Saylor to the Big E and your Southdown Show.
Well, good way to kick off your regional Southdown show here today. A real strong yearling ram class and some differences in this class, and I do expect that as we work through the Southdown show today. And there's going to have to be some give and take as we look at these sheep and analyze We're going to start with a real complete ram. Now, he's not the tallest ram in the class, but boy, you put your hands on this guy, he's as solid as could be. He's really, really heavy muscled. That's where he wins out over our second place. He's just a lot heavier down that stifle than our second place ram in class today. Really like the bone work of this guy. He moves about the ring free and easy. Maybe not quite as tall fronted or extended through that front end as our second place ram in class. Our second place ram, for the size of this buck, I'd just like to see him a little more thicker. Like to see that width carry back from his hooks to his pins. Granted, I really like the bone work about this guy. He's adequate about his movement. I just choose to see these bucks today in first and second. A little frailer made type of ram, if you will, here in third place. You really like this guy. When you do get your hands on him, he's really straight and true down his top, handles with some thickness. He's a little restricted in his movement when I watch him walk throughout the ring today, a little shorter about his stride than the first two rams in class. We're going to use him in the 3-hole today. A long-bodied ram here in fourth place, the lightest bone ram in this particular class, lightest muscled ram in this particular class. That's going to wind him up in the fourth place hole today. Congratulations on a good set.
Placing on the yearling ram class for the Southdowns, first place goes to entry 824. Clark, 2377. Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. That ram weighing 275 pounds. Second, first in the junior show to 825. Longenecker, 2321. William Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. That ram weighing 312. Third to entry 826, Rhodes 2367, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 270. Fourth, second in the junior show to entry 823, Parsons, MBL 2308, Duke, Robert Kaczynski, Hatfield, Massachusetts.
their fall lamb class. Really a class, these four individuals really sort themselves out for me really easily today. Really attractive ram to start our class with today. And what I liked about this ram over our second place ram, I like the way that neck comes out of those shoulders. He's really nice, clean, and smooth up through there. Ties in a little better down through that top line than our second place ram in class. Really like the head and style about this second place ram. Really correct on his feet and legs. He doesn't have quite the overall length. Doesn't have that nice extension up through that front end as we've got in this first buck. Two pair of nice rams here in 1 and 2. A little lighter muscled ram here in 3. Granted, I like the link about this ram. I just need to thicken him up a little bit, give him a little more mass of muscling as we view him out through that hip, carry that out from his hooks to his pins, give him more lower leg muscling to move him up any higher in the class. A little smaller statured ram here in 4th place. I like the bone work about this guy. I like the muscle shape about this guy. I just need to pull him apart. He's by far the shortest individual in this class. Maybe give him a little more frame size to compete with these big bucks ahead of him. Congratulations on a nice set.
Our next class will be for senior champion ram and reserve senior champion ram for the open show. We have several awards that we present here at the Big E for the Southdown show. Those are found in the exhibitor book and the ring book. But KDW Southdowns and Anna Weber of South Windsor, Connecticut offers divisional champion banners for our junior show only. They offer also our divisional banners for the open show as well, so that'll be a sponsor of this next class. Placing on the class of senior ram lambs, first place goes to entry 828, Foxfield 2409, Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 205. Second to entry 827, Foxfield 2408, also Jessica Leary. That ram weighing 192. Third, first in the junior show to entry 829, Rhodes 2404, Olivia Mason, Cummington, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 199. And fourth place to 831, Patrick and Sarah Ransom, Kmart, Maryland.
Your senior champion ram drive here in your Southdown show. 4 really correct individuals out here. Pretty happy with the type and kind we've got out here. There's some differences, and again, that is to be expected. I think we've got one out here that's just really complete. He's just a complete sheep. Really can't find a lot of faults in this guy, and your yearling ram's going to be your senior champion. Congratulations. Becomes a little more close, I think, when we look at these two rams in line for reserve senior champion between our fall ram lamb and our second place yearling. We're going to go ahead and use that second place yearling today for reserve senior. Congratulations.
Open show senior champion ram goes to our first place yearling ram, 824, Clark 2377, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. The reserve senior champion goes to the second place yearling ram, 825, Longenecker 2321, William Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. Now ready for January ram lambs. Currently, we're showing Southdowns, and Southdowns were developed in the Sussex Hills of England in the late 1700s and early 1800s. They were imported into the United States in the 1820s. Southdowns produce a medium fleece that is the finest of the British down breeds. Of the imported meat breeds, the Southdown was the first breed brought into the United States. Southdowns are one of the most popular breeds in the U.S. today. Southdowns are a medium to small size breed with a gray to mouse-colored brown face and lower legs, and they're polled. They mature early and excel in a crossbreeding program to produce a meaty carcass at light weights.
interesting class of rams in the 5 we've got out here, and the young lady brings us one today that I think, for me, combines the most traits that I'm looking for. Really like this guy for his overall length down through that top. He's straight as could be. Like the way he ties in up through those front shoulders just a notch better than our second place ram. Our second place ram gets a little straight in his shoulder blade. Granted, he is really straight down through that top, has a good flat level hip about him, not carrying quite the bone work that we've got in this first place lamb. A pretty package to look at, just need to thicken him up just a hat. The ram here in third, really a straight made ram. He's given up some size as compared to the lambs in 1 and 2. I just like to pull him apart a little bit, give him a little more base width, a little more dimension of muscling. He can compete with the rams in first and second today. Bit of a problem ram for me in this class was our 4th place ram. There's some things I like about this buck. I like his bone work about him. I like the thickness about him. He's a little more compact up through his front end, a little more bold about that chest floor, a little more bold at the point of his shoulder. I'm going to roll him into the 4th hole today. A smaller statured ram here in 5th place just doesn't have the overall dimension of muscling that we've got in the top 4 in the class. Congratulations on a good set.
Placing on the class of January-born Ram Lambs for the Southdowns, first place goes to entry 834 Wilds 2402. That was also first place in the junior show. Emily and William Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. That ram weighing 220 pounds. Second place in both the open and the junior show to 839 Sand Meadow 2410. Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. Third place to entry 840, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. That ram weighing 167. Fourth place, third in junior show to 833, William Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. And fifth place to 838, Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. So here's your first Southdown trivia question. In 1999, that's 25 years ago, who judged the Southdowns here at the Big E? Catherine got that fairly quickly. It was Brad Angus from Illinois.
Really a good set in this class. Not many of them, but the quality is really good. We've got a pair that surfaces to the top in this class. There's a lot of length in this first place ram. When you analyze him down his spine, you measure him. He percentages really well on his hind saddle. He's good and correct on his feet and legs. Just a real complete package in my estimation to start this particular class. Another eye-appealing lamb is our lamb in second place. When you get your hands on him, he has a good touch about him. He handles really nice and smooth. Got good muscle shape. Really like this ram. He's given up a notch of length as compared to the first place ram in class, and that's really the difference between our rams in first and second. Our third place ram comes to us really a pretty profiling lamb. He's got some extension up through his front end. He's just given up some muscle width, the muscle dimension as we view him from his hooks to his pins down into that lower leg. Just need to thicken him up a little bit, if you will, to get him to push the lambs in first and second today. Another lamb that has some eye appeal is our fourth place lamb, a lamb that has some straightness of lines. I'd like to see a little more testicle development for this lamb's age to make him stand any higher in this class today.
So here's another trivia question from that 25-year-ago show in 1999. One exhibitor did pretty well that day. That exhibitor had the Grand Champion Ram. They also had the first place exhibitor's flock, Get of Sire, Premier Exhibitor, Premier Breeder. Can you tell me what New England breeder that was? So Buffy got that right. It was Kimberly Thayer. Let's just see if other people are paying attention. Who had the reserve Grand Champion U that year? It was Bradley or the Hopkins family that had that. One more from that year. And this person's here, and they had the breeder's flock that year. They won the breeder's flock. Another New Englander. And they're not setting up here at the desk or anywhere close to the bleachers. As I said, they're here, and she's sitting right over there against the fence in that chair, Claudette. placing on the February Ram Lamb class for the Southdowns. First place goes to entry 843. Clark, 2473, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. That ram weighing 172. Second place to 844, Ransom, 2405, Patrick and Sarah Ransom, Kemar, Maryland, ram weighing 150. Third place to entry 841, Chris Sarnick, Colchester, Connecticut. That ram weighing 145. Fourth and first in the junior show to 842, LEB 2404, Oakley, Lebanon Reg, Ella Allen, Bazur, Connecticut. Okay, the Southdowns have had a pretty good run of things as far as the Supreme Champion during meet week. In the past, in that 25-year span, going every 5 years, 3 of those times in 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and 10 years ago, they had the supreme animals, either the ram or the ewe. Tell me who exhibited the Supreme Champion ewe 20 years ago at the 2004 Big E Southdown show. That was quick. It was a yearling ewe exhibited by Jessica Hopkins. That's right. So as Claudette came and told me, she was the breeder of that animal. Jessica showed it, and it was in her name as ownership, but Claudette Choma is the actual breeder of that Grand Champion ewe from 2004 that became Supreme Champion at the Big E. So 15 years ago at the 2009 Big E, who was the judge? And the judge 15 years ago at the 2009 Big E Southdown show was none other than Gary Saylor.
Really good class of young buck lambs here, and I think what I've done here is sorted out some bucks here in this top five. I think these are the most structurally sound bucks in the class. We've got some bucks on down that are a little bigger in their skeleton right now, but they're a lot bold up through the front end. and just show me a lot more maturity than some of these rams that are up here at the top of this late class. I really like this buck that wins this class. He's a super correct one. And I mean, he comes out of his neck-shoulder junction and runs really straight and true down through that top. You look at the underline on this buck, he's just as balanced as could be. If I had to critique him a little bit, maybe I'd like to see him a notch bigger about his bone work, but that's being really fine on this buck right here. I think that's a really good one. Congratulations. Really eye-appealing lamb here in second place. Again, straight as could be down that top line. He doesn't have quite the thickness that we've got in this first place ram in this class, but I think there's one right there that shows me the structural correctness, the skeletal dimension, the lines that he's going to go on and make a really good buck in the long run. A little thicker made ram, a little deeper bodied ram's our third place ram. He appears to be a little shorter sided in our rams in first and second. I don't think there's that much difference. I think it's one of those illusions when you're looking at one that's a little deeper about his body work. I just like to clean him up a little bit when I put him on the move. He's not quite as free and easy off of those rear legs, but there's a real attractive one there. That's another nice lamb in a very deep class of ram lambs. A buck that really caught my eye there early and in the middle of the class. I didn't think he was going to make it this far, and then when I got my hands on him, I thought he's got to be in the top 4, and I really like the bone work and structure on this guy right here. He's given up a little size compared to the first 3 rams in class. Boy, here's a buck that's got some bone work about him. He's got some thickness. He's got a real good touch about him. A good buck here in 4th place. Probably the youngest buck in this class is our buck in 5th place. But man, you talk about one that's structurally correct. His feet and legs are nearing that perfection. I've never seen one that's perfect, but he's getting close to it. Really good about moving about the ring. He doesn't have quite enough gas in his tank. By that I mean he doesn't have quite as much to him as some of these bucks above him. I think there's one right there looking at his skeleton that's got quite a future ahead of him. Congratulations on a good set.
Placing on the class of March and later born ram lambs, first in the junior show to entry 851, Sand Meadow 2423, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut, that ram weighing 177. Second place to 853, Old Glory Farm 1988, Dale Davis, Cardington, Ohio, that ram weighing 163. Third place to entry number 859, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts, that ram weighing 158. Fourth place, second in the junior show to 852, AL Livestock 2410, Olivia Lanky, Bedford, Pennsylvania. Fifth place to 858, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana. Sixth place to 856, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. Seventh place to 855, Jessica Kaczynski, Hatfield, Massachusetts. 8th place, third in the junior show to 8:32, Katie Drum, Pleasant Valley, New York. 9 and 4th in the junior show to 8:54, Robert Kaczynski, Hatfield, Massachusetts. Placing on the pair Ram Lambs for the Southdown show, first place goes to Oliver Nicholson of Ellington, Connecticut. Second place, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Third, Kev Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. 4, Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. 5, William Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. And 6th place to Patrick and Sarah Ransom, Kemar, Maryland. Now showing for open show junior champion and reserve junior champion Ram. Again, KDW Southdowns and Anna Weber from South Windsor, Connecticut will present divisional champion banners. So for the junior champion and reserve junior champion. Also following the selection of our junior champion and reserve junior champion, we will select the open show grand and reserve grand champion, followed by the junior show champion and reserve, and then best headed Ram. A.L. Hayward Southdowns, North Yarmouth, Maine, offers an award for the grand champion Ram. Don and Deborah Hopkins of North Scituate, Rhode Island, offer an award for the reserve grand champion Ram in the open show. Lauren and Katie Drum, Pleasant Valley, New York, offer an award for the best headed Ram. Also, KDW Southdowns of South Windsor, Connecticut, offer an award for the junior show grand champion Ram. And Mahalik Farm of Wellington, Connecticut, offers an award for the junior show reserve grand champion Ram.
Well, put your hands together. There's a really, really good set of Southdown Junior Ram Lambs. I tell you, see a lot of similarities in these bucks. A lot of the things that these bucks possess are what I'm looking for. So that makes my job really fun. And we can nitpick them. We've talked about them in class. There's a couple that hit me pretty hard in class, and I'm going to go ahead and make them your junior champion in reserve. Really, really good set. Your junior champion today is going to be this first place lamb right here on this end. Good job, young lady. And I'm going to go down here on the other end to our late ram lamb. He'll be your reserve junior champion. Good job.
For our open show, junior champion Ram goes to the first place January Ram Lamb. Entry 834, Wilds 2402, William and Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. The reserve junior champion to the March and later born Ram Lamb class winner, 851 Sand Meadow 2423, Oliver Nicholson of Ellington, Connecticut. Now ready to show for Open Show Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram.
Really good set. Congratulations, Southdown exhibitors. Good set of rams. I can only imagine what the females are going to look like here in just a few minutes. We're not going to talk about these bucks. We've already talked about it. We're just going to go ahead and get the job done. I can do a number of things here and really justify it, but I've got one that really hitting me hard right now. When this girl gets this buck stuck, he looks like $1 million. You're going to be champion ram. Congratulations, guys. Reserve, I'm going to come down here with this good yearling buck. Good job. Congratulations, guys.
Our Open Show Grand Champion Ram was our Junior Champion Ram. 834. 834 came out of the January Ram Lamb class. Wilds 2402, William and Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. It's also our Junior Show Champion Ram as well. And our Open Show Reserve Grand Champion was our Senior Champion, 824 out of the Yearling Ram class, Clark 2377, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. We now need to show for Reserve Junior Show Reserve Champion Ram. So we'll need the we need the following animals to show for Reserve Champion Junior Show Ram. Entry 825 from William Wilds. We also need 829 from Olivia Mason. We need 839 from Oliver Nicholson. We need 842 from Ella Allen. And we also need 851 from Oliver Nicholson in the ring to show for Reserve Junior Show Champion.
need to pick a reserve junior show, I guess, here. We've already got the champion junior show, and I think it really comes down to a couple rams, our big yearling ram down on this end, and then our young ram down here. This guy was really in contention out here. You're going to be reserved in the junior show. Congratulations.
Junior show reserve champion ram goes to our class winner from the March Ram Lamb and later class, and also our reserve junior champion open show ram, 851 Sand Meadow 2423 Oliver Nicholson of Ellington, Connecticut. Now ready for best headed ram. Best headed ram. Best headed ram goes to entry number 828 out of the senior ram lamb class, Foxfield 2409, Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. We are now ready to move into our female show. We need Class 1 yearling ewes. Class 1 yearling ewes. These ewes were born between September the 4th of 22 and January 22nd of 23. So as our exhibitors are getting these animals out, we'll go back to that 20-year ago show in 2004. And in 2004, which exhibitor had the grand champion ram, and then came back and also had the supreme Southdown champion with that ram, and also had the first place exhibitor's flock, breeder's flock, premier exhibitor, premier breeder. So who was that did all those things? 2004, 20 years ago, under Bud Martin from Ohio. I'll quit asking the judge names. Here's a hint. They are showing, but they're not showing Southdowns anymore. It was Kimberly Thayer, Splendor View Farm. So sorry, Nick, I couldn't read your lips. I apologize, but yeah, it was Thayer's. So even though she didn't have that Supreme Champion U, she did come back in 2009 with that Supreme Champion U over all breeds, just so you know that. So, or Splendor View did. So that same year that Gary Saylor judged 15 years ago in 2009, who had the Reserve Grand Champion U? In 2009, 15 years ago, who exhibited the Reserve Grand Champion U? So the answer to that from 2009, 15 years ago, the person with the Reserve Grand Champion U was Claudette Choma. Yearling U, Class 2.
apologize for taking so much time, but I tell you, when the sheep are this good, and these people work so hard, not only to build them like this, but to get them ready to bring them out here so everybody can see them. I think it warrants spending the extra time. They told me we have the barn rented for all day, don't we? So we can take as much time as we want. But it's a super class of ewes, and the fun part for me is I'm told there's another class of yearling ewes. So anyways, we'll pick these ewes apart a little bit. And again, I took some extra time. I want to make sure I had it right in my mind, because that's what I'm hired to do. And we'll talk about them a little bit. Just a powerful ewe to start this class with. I really like the body on this ewe. I like how round ribbed she is. I just like the way she looks. She looks like a brood ewe, yet she's clean up through her front shoulder. Now, I'd like to clean her chest up just ever so slightly, okay? But there's a pretty good package of a ewe. And one thing I like about her, I like the way she carries that width back out from her hooks to her pins. She has some expression of muscling in that lower leg. She's actually a ewe. The longer she was out here in this class, the better she got, okay? And maybe she relaxed a little bit. Maybe that was part of it. She's going to be your class winner today. We're going to come in with another ewe I really like here in a second. She's given up just a little bit of length as compared to that first ewe in class. She's better down through her chest, but she doesn't have quite the width out through her hip, doesn't have quite the dimension down in that lower leg. Boy, here's a feminine ewe, though. You really like her up through that front end. Just a pretty ewe to look at on the profile. My kind of Southdown ewe. Another eye-appealing ewe is our third-place ewe. There's not a better ewe in the class on her front third. I mean, she looks like an elegant female. You just love the front end on her. I need to give her some more thickness in her rear third. If we could thicken her up a little bit in that rear third, we may slide her up at least one hole, if not all the way, because I really love the look that ewe gives to me. And we've got a couple ewes here in fourth and fifth. Really good functional ewes. They have a little more body to them. Look at the bone work on this fourth place ewe. That is just a super female. She's tremendously big ribbed. She's wide down through that top. She's not as extended up through her front end as the first three ewes in this class. That's going to put her in fourth hole today, but there's a really sound, top quality Southdown female. We're going to run into this fifth place ewe. Built a little bit like our fourth place ewe, maybe not quite as long as that fourth place ewe. Really a beautiful headed female in our fifth place ewe. Super correct on her feet and legs. I could just make her longer. That's what she would have to work herself up a little higher in the class. Our next ewe in class, certainly worthy of some mention here. She's going to fall in sixth today. At one time in this class, I had in my mind to have her a little higher. When I get this ewe on her profile, she just doesn't balance out quite well enough for me. She gets a little deeper in her chest than she does at her rear flank. That's going to put her in this position today. But standing sixth in that class of yearling ewes, that's a pretty good deal. All right, give these exhibitors a wonderful round of applause.
placing on Class 1 yearling ewes, those ewes born between 9/4/22 and 1/22/23. First place in open and in the junior show goes to entry 876, Longenecker 2304 Psycho. William and Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut, that ewe weighing 237. Second place to entry number 880, Old Glory Farm 1687, Dale Davis, Cardington, Ohio, that ewe weighing 223. Third place to entry number 870, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire, that ewe weighing 194. Fourth to entry number 885, Alyssa Niket, Deerfield, New Hampshire. Fifth place to entry number 871, Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. Sixth place to entry 877, Road Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. 7 to 878, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Eighth place to entry 883, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 9 to 893, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana. 10th place to 869, Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. 11 and second in the junior show to 874, Sand Meadow 2306, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. 12th place to and third in the junior show to 882, Robert Kaczynski, Hatfield, Massachusetts. 13th place, fourth in the junior show to 873, Robert Kaczynski. 14th place to 881, Alyssa Niket, Deerfield, New Hampshire. 15 and fifth in the junior show, 879, Taylor Rito, Colchester, Connecticut. And 16th place, sixth in the junior show to 875, William and Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. As I said earlier, the Southdowns have been very fortunate with Supreme Animals. In 2014, under Dan Spildy as the judge, the Southdown champion ram was the Supreme champion ram overall at Meat Week. Who exhibited that Supreme champion ram, which was a Southdown? It was a yearling 10 years ago at 2014. The answer to that question, the person that had the Supreme Champion Ram with a Southdown on a yearling ram in 2014 was John Hayward of Maine. That same year, Wilson's from Pennsylvania did very well. They had the reserve ram, they had the Grand U, they had the exhibitor's flock, breeder's flock, get of sire, premier exhibitor, premier breeder, and they had the Supreme Southdown U, which was, or Supreme Southdown, which was a U, with that Grand Champion U. But who had the reserve Grand Champion U that year? A hint, they are exhibiting here today. And the answer to that question was Mr. Dale Davis. We want to remind exhibitors in the Southdown show that all Southdowns must be slick shorn within 10 days of the show. Wool may be left below the knees and hocks, also below the eyes, around the muzzle, and top knot, but that's the only places they can be left.
What a fun class to work through once again, and probably more so than the previous class, because these girls here kind of fell in line for me when I got down to the top 6 or 7 ewes in the class. And we got a couple that really surfaced to the top of this class and really like the bone work on this first place ewe lamb. She's got a little more shag on her, gives her that appearance she's got more bone, but I do believe she has more circumference of bone than our second place ewe. And just like this ewe, a tick better with her hip structure. I think she's a little wider from her hooks to her pins than our second place ewe. Really like the cleanness of front end on this second place ewe. Like the way she handles down through that top. That's a really nice pair in 1 and 2. Our ewe here in third, really an eye-appealing female from the profile when I send back and analyze her. When I put her in motion, she's a little straighter in her shoulder blade. She's not pulled apart quite as much. Doesn't show me the roundness of rib that we have in these first 2 ewes. But boy, what an attractive, correct on her feet and legs type of female. Excuse me, she's going to wind up in the third hole today. Our fourth place ewe, another ewe. Lots of eye appeal, super pretty and feminine up through that front end. She's shorter from flank to flank than our first 3 ewes in class. When I get these 4 out here and compare them, thus she's going to wind up in the 4-hole today. But there's a fancy female. A real smooth handling ewe here in 5th. Probably the smallest frame ewe of the top 5, but boy, you just can't find a hole in this female. Hard to find a fault in that female, other than she just doesn't have as much size and frame as our first 4 ewes in class. Really, really good set in the first 5, and even our 6th place ewe. Really like the thickness on this ewe. I need some water. Really like the thickness on this ewe when I handle her down her top. She's really long out through her hind saddle. She's a lot more bold up through that chest floor and at the point of her shoulder than our first 5 ewes in class. Not quite as extended. I'm going to penalize her a little bit, but again, to stand 6th in that class yearling ewes, that's a pretty good deal. Really, really good class once again. Give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on Class 2 yearling ewes. First place in open and in the junior show goes to entry 903, Longenecker 2327. William and Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. That ewe weighed 216. Second to 896, Old Glory Farm 1841. Dale Davis, Cardington, Ohio. That ewe weighed 214. Third to 897, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. That ewe weighing 225. Fourth place to and second in the junior show to 904, G&J 2351, Diva, Olivia Lanky, Bedford, Pennsylvania. Fifth place to entry 902, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Sixth place, third in the junior show, to 892, Katie Drum, Pleasant Valley, New York. Seventh place, 889, Patrick and Sarah Ransom, Kemar, Maryland. Eighth place to 894, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana. 9 to 895, Nick Miniter. 10th place, fourth in the junior show, to 891, Katie Drum, Pleasant Valley, New York. 11, fifth in the junior show, to 888, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. 12th place to entry 899, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. 13 to 897, Anna Weber, South Windsor, Connecticut. 14th place to 886, Patrick and Sarah Ransom, Kemar, Maryland. 15th place to 898, Chelsea Mann, West Brookfield, Massachusetts. 16th and 6th place, Madeline Amons, Chelsea, Vermont. Placings on the class of pair yearling ewes. First place goes to 917, William and Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. Second place to 906, Dale Davis, Cardington, Ohio. Third place at 916, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. 4, Alyssa Nyquist, Deerfield, New Hampshire. Fifth place to 905, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Sixth place to 910, Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. 7 to 913, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. Eighth place to 915, Patrick and Sarah Ransom, Kemar, Maryland. Ninth to 907, Katie Drum, Pleasant Valley, New York. And 10 to 909, Robert Kaczynski, Hatfield, Massachusetts. Now ready for class number 1 of our early fall ewe lambs. Class 1 early fall ewe lambs.
Really good class of fall ewe lambs once again in your Southdown show. Just a real complete package to start this class with. Really like the bone work on this female. I like how she balances along that underline. Really handles good down through that top. Just a really complete type of ewe lamb that I'm looking for to start this particular class. Congratulations. I want to follow her in with another ewe lamb that the longer this ewe lamb was in class, the more she just hit me hard. I mean, she handles really good down through her top. I like her the way she is out through her hip. She's as true and flat and level through her hip as any female in this class. She's going to wind up in the 2-hole for me today. Real eye-appealing lamb here in third. Just a beautiful headed lamb. Really good on those feet and legs. She doesn't carry that natural thickness down through that hind leg as much as our ewes in first and second in this class, but a real picture to look at. Really a nice solid ewe lamb here in third. A little refiner made ewe lamb here in fourth place. Just like to give her a little more bone work, maybe give her a notch heavier muscling. Really like her for her cleanness up through her front end, her straightness down through that top. I think she's worthy of a top 4 finish. A real pretty package here in 5. One of the smaller ewe lambs here in the top 5. I really like the overall completeness. Boy, she's balanced as good as you can balance them. She's really good out through that hip. Just doesn't have quite the overall size that we've got in some of these ewe lambs above her. There's a pretty nice package right there in 5th place. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of early fall ewe lambs for the Southdowns. First place to entry 918, Foxfield 2401, Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ewe weighing 123. Second, first in the junior show to entry 919, Sand Meadow 2401, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. That ewe weighing 147. Third place to entry 920, Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ewe weighing 139 pounds. Fourth place, second in the junior show to entry 923, Longenecker 2353, Olivia Lanke, Bedford, Pennsylvania. Fifth place to entry 925, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana. 6th, third in the junior show to 9:21, Elijah Mariacker, Lee, New Hampshire. 7th place, fourth in the junior show to entry 23:19, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. 5th in the junior show to 9:22, Addison and Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. And 9th place to entry 9:27, Patrick and Sarah Ransom, Kemar, Maryland. Following the class that's currently in the ring, we will be showing for Open Show Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion U. So we'll need that first and second place animal from the 2 Yearling U classes, as well as the previous early fall Class 1 ewe lamb class, back to go with the first and second from this class.
Just a real sweetheart of a lamb that wins this class for me. This gal, she struck my eye when she walked in the ring, and every time I saw her after that, she certainly didn't disappoint me. Just really elegant up through that front end. Love her on her feet and legs. She carries with a lot of width all the way from front to rear. Just a real good complete package. I like that one a lot to wins this class. Here's a long-bodied ewe lamb here in second place. She's not quite as nice for me today off her rear legs when I get her on the move, but I really like the overall length about her. I like her cleanness of front end, her extension up through that front end. Just a really good fit in second place for me today. A little more rugged ewe lamb here in third place. I really like the thickness of this ewe lamb. Maybe like to darken her nose up ever so slightly. Not going to discount her too much for that. She's got a lot of thickness down through that top. Shows me a lot of rib. I like her in the 3-hole today. A real upstanding, tall-fronted ewe lamb here in fourth place. Really like her for her femininity. Just like to thicken her up a little bit as compared to these 3 ewe lambs that beat her today. But she's really feminine. Looks like she's going to be a tall, really big yearling ewe in the long run. A little younger appearing lamb here in fifth place. Really smooth to the touch. She gives me the impression that she's a little younger than the top 4 ewe lambs in the class. I really don't want to discount her for that because I really like the pattern for her. She just runs out of gas in terms of her overall mass and muscling to compete any higher. Really good class, especially here in this top 5.
Placing on the second class of early fall ewe lambs. First place to entry number 929, Wood 2337, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire, that ewe weighing 180. Second, first in the junior show to 934, Rhodes 2413, Olivia Mason, Cummington, Massachusetts, that ewe weighing 180. Third place and second in the junior show to entry 935, Wilds 2401, William and Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. 4 to 933, Dale Davis, Cardington, Ohio. 5, third and junior show to 932, Olivia Lankey, Bedford, Pennsylvania. 6 to 926, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. 7, fourth in the junior show to 930, Emily and William Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. 8th place to entry 928, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. 9 and 5th in the junior show to 931, Amelia Withington, Baltic, Connecticut. The Rhodes family, Rhodes Southdowns of Mendon, Massachusetts, offers an award for the Senior Champion U. And Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts, offers an award for the Reserve Senior Champion U.
Well, let's give this group a round of applause. Well, I tell you what, I appreciate good sheep, and it's been fun to sort through these senior ewes. Can imagine what we've got coming up in the junior ewe show. We've got 8 really, really good females out here in my mind. Pretty pleased. I guess I've got to come up with 2 here to be your senior champion ewe in reserve. I've got it etched in my mind, so I know what I'm going to do. I'm not going to waste any more time. Your senior champion ewe is going to be this fall ewe lamb right here. Congratulations, guys. Really like her a lot. I'm going to come down here and grab this late yearling ewe for reserve senior. Good job.
The Open Show Senior Champion ewe is 929 Class 2 Fall ewe lamb winner. Wood 2337 Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. The Reserve Senior Champion to 903 Class 2 yearling ewes. Longenecker 2327 Madison, William and Emily Wilds of Farmington, Connecticut. Now coming into the ring is late fall ewe lambs. Late fall ewe lambs into the ring now, please.
every once in a while when you're judging a show, you run into one that just comes out and really wins the class, and the biggest decision you got to make is who's going to be second. This one right here does that. I mean, there's a really a picture of a ewe lamb, in my opinion. She's really smooth. Really like her up through that front end. She's extended. She's feminine. Yet she's adequate in her thickness. Really good about her bone work. I think there's a pretty nice one right there. Congratulations. I'm going to come with a real long-bodied ewe lamb here. A ewe lamb, just like to change her a little bit, the way that neck comes out of those shoulders. Really appreciate her for her overall length. She's got a lot of length of hip. I think she's a nice fit for me here in second place. Our ewe lamb in third here, another one really straight and true down through that top. Maybe doesn't have the thickness down that lower leg. Maybe doesn't balance quite as well. Maybe drop that rear flank just a little bit on her. But I like her up through that where that neck comes out of the shoulder. She's really attractive right there. I think she's a good fit for me in three. Really a pretty headed ewe lamb here in fourth place. Probably the best headed sheep in this class. She's just given up too much as compared to the first three ewes in this class. Just like to give her a little more thickness, a little more size. We could move her up a couple of holes if she was just a little more to this ewe lamb. Thicker made ewe lamb to round out the class. Really bold up through the front end. Got to appreciate her for the amount of thickness she possesses down her top. Just need to clean her up through her front shoulder. Give her a little more extension up through that front end to move her any higher.
Placing on the class of late fall ewe lambs, first place to entry 937, J&A 6404, Alyssa Niket, Deerfield, New Hampshire, that ewe weighing 170. Second place to 936, J&A 6401, Alyssa Niket, Deerfield, New Hampshire, that ewe weighing 158. Third to entry 940, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts, that ewe weighing 150. Fourth, first in the junior show to 941, Rhodes 2435, Olivia Mason, Cummington, Massachusetts. 5, second in the junior show to 938, Forsey 23-356, Katie Drum, Pleasant Valley, New York. Now showing class or our January ewe lambs in the ring now. For the next trivia question, we'll go back to that show in 2014, 10 years ago, where Dan Spildy judged. We talk about John Hayward had the Grand Champion Ram, and the Southdown show went on to be Supreme Champion Ram. But another exhibitor basically dominated the rest of the show, with one exception, and that was in the Reserve Grand Champion U class, and that was Dale Davis that won that. But who was that other exhibitor that had Reserve Grand Ram, Grand U, Exhibitor's Flock, Breeder's Flock, Get of Sire, Premier Exhibitor, Premier Breeder? And then, like I said, also had the Supreme Champion Southdown with the U, which was the Grand Champion U that they had. And Catherine got that. It was Derek Wilson. Kind of unusual that she would come up with that. Since you answered that so quick, 5 years ago, Dustin Cruitt judged here and judged the Southdowns. Who had the Grand Champion Ram at? So that was another easy for her, because that was Jade Wilson. But who had the Reserve Grand Champion Ram? And the answer, even after I gave her a clue that it was somebody sitting close to me, she still didn't get it. It was Donnie and Debbie Hopkins that had that on a March Ram Lamb.
really a good class to work through once again in the January ULAM. It was just a lot of fun for me to nitpick and sort these and really get down and analyze them. Boy, there's quite a female, I think, to start this class with. She just jumps out and excels this class, and her length down her top, really pretty and feminine up through that front end. Just like that one an awful lot. That's a good one. Congratulations. Another good ewe lamb here in second place. She's not quite, doesn't have quite the elevation as the ewe lamb that follows her in this class, but boy, you really like this ewe lamb down her top. When she's walking away from you, you like how wide base she is. She's a big bone female. I think there's one that looks like she's just going to go out and be a tremendous brood ewe on down the road. Big, tall, upstanding ewe lamb. The most extreme pattern lamb is our third place lamb. If you like them extreme and pretty patterned and up-headed, you're going to like that one right there. I just need to give her a little more base width and thicken her up a little bit. Be interesting to see what she grows into as a yearling ewe. Really a pretty headed ewe lamb. I just need to make her a little more thicker to be able to compete with our first two ewe lambs today. Really nice, attractive ewe lamb again here in fourth place. A ewe lamb that's given up a little bit of size compared to the first three ewe lambs. A ewe lamb I like to pull apart and make her a little longer as compared to those first three ewe lambs. Really like this ewe lamb's hip structure. She's good and flat and level. She really gets wide from her hooks to her pins. Really a nice ewe lamb, just running out of gas in this particular lineup today. Our fifth place ewe lamb, a ewe lamb I actually had higher in class early on. When I put her in motion, she kind of likes to tuck that neck down into her shoulders. Doesn't work as free and easy on the move as the four ewe lambs above her today. That's going to slide her into fifth. Really a good class once again. Congratulations all.
Placing on the class of January ewe lambs, first place to entry number 944, Sunrise 1372, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. That ewe weighing 166. Second, first in the junior show to entry 837, 4CE 24028, William Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. That ewe weighing 160. Third place to entry number 943, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Fourth place to 946, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 5 and second in the junior show to 945, Northern Star Livestock Service, 24041, Amelia Withington, Baltic, Connecticut. Sixth place to entry number 952, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. 7, third in the junior show to 951, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. 8th place, fourth in the junior to 942, William and Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. 9th place to 948, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. 10, to 9:47, Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. 11 fifth in the junior to 9:49, Charlotte Dill, Deerfield, New Hampshire. And 12 sixth in the junior show to 9:50, Elijah Mariacher, Lee, New Hampshire.
her first class of February ewe lambs. A real smooth female to start this class with. Boy, when you get your hands on her, she's just smooth as silk when you handle her down through that top. Really clean up through her front end. Like the hip structure on this female. I think that's a pretty nice one to start this particular class. I'm going to come in with a ewe lamb here. Really big rack in this ewe lamb. She doesn't have quite the length that we've got in this first place ewe lamb in class, but really big down through that top, out through her hip. Nice ewe lamb here in second place. Real young appearing lamb here in third. Love the pattern on this female. She's just getting out-horsed, out-volumed, and muscle a little bit today. But boy, there's a package. It looks like she's going to go on and make a super fancy female in the long run. Little bigger lamb here in fourth place. Appreciate her for her overall thickness. She's really bowled up through that front end at this stage of the game. Kind of throws up a caution flag for me. But I certainly appreciate her for her overall thickness and amount of muscling she has. I'm going to put her in the 4-hole today. Real eye-appealing lamb here in fifth. A little younger appearing lamb. She doesn't have quite the mass of muscling. She kind of narrows from her hooks to her pins. I think she's worthy of a top 5 today. Congratulations.
Placing on Class 1 of our February ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 956, A&M 4-236, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. That ewe weighing 143. Second place to entry number 959, Clark 2472, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. That ewe weighing 133. Third to 962, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana. That ewe weighing 117. 4 to entry 954, Patrick and Sarah Ransom, Kemar, Maryland. Fifth place, first in junior show to 953, Bentley Ransom, Kemar, Maryland, with Ransom 2401. Sixth place to 955, Anna Weber, South Windsor, Connecticut. And seventh place to 957, Patrick and Sarah Ransom, Kemar, Maryland.
your second class of February ewe lambs. We've got one that surfaces to the top here. Boy, when you get on top of this ewe lamb, she just explodes on you. She's got a tremendously big rack. You really like the way she handles out through that loin and hind saddle. Really good about her bone work. She's got a notch more bone on her than our second place ewe lamb in this particular class. I really like her to win this one. Nice ewe lamb here in second. Maybe a notch longer from flank to flank than our first place ewe lamb. She just doesn't have the explosiveness over that rack. Doesn't have the bone work as that first place ewe lamb. Game of give and take. We're going to put her in the 2-hole today. Our big outlier in this class is our third place ewe lamb. Really, at one point, I thought I was going to use this ewe lamb. I like her bone work. I like her length of body. She's more bold up through that front end today than the ewe lambs in first and second. I'm going to penalize her a little bit and slide her into the 3-hole. That'll be an interesting sheep to see how she develops on down the road, see if she ties herself together a little better. Pretty picture here in 4. Really a smooth handling lamb. She just kind of runs out of gas as compared to the first 3 ewe lambs in class. I think she's worthy of a top 4 just by her look and the appearance she gives us here in the show ring. Our ewe lamb in 5th place, just like to clean her up through that front shoulder. She kind of runs out of gas in that rear third as compared to the ewe lambs above her. Worthy of a top 5 finish in a good class. Congratulations again on a good set.
Placing on the first class of February, or second class February ewe lambs. First to entry 966, Clark 2487, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire, that ewe weighing 125. Second, first in the junior show, to entry 965, Sand Meadow 2418, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut, that ewe weighing 138. Third place to entry 970, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire, that ewe weighing 160. 4 to entry number 963, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana. 5 to 971, Patrick and Sarah Ransom, Kemar, Maryland. 6th place, second in the junior show, to 991, Wilds 2407, William and Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. 7th place to 961, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana. 8th and 3rd in the junior show to Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. We do want to announce that due to the time constraints that we have and the show that will follow with the showmanship, we will not be offering the working dog demo at 6 o'clock this evening. The working dog demo will not take place at 6 o'clock this evening, so we can do that junior showmanship in a more timely manner. Also, exhibitors, if you've got market lambs and you have not weighed them in, you need to do that unless you're showing Southdowns. And if you are showing Southdowns but you got a break in your classes, this is the last class of individuals, please go and get those market lambs weighed so we have that completed by the 7 o'clock deadline this evening.
What a good class once again in your group of young ewe lambs here. And young man's driving a real fancy female here, and really like the body shape on this. She's really good in her lines. She's one of those females that just gets wider from her front all the way to her tail head. I appreciate that about her. Young man, there's a nice ewe lamb. Congratulations. A little bigger ewe lamb here in second place. Ewe lamb, it doesn't tie together quite as well down her top line as our first place ewe lamb. I really think this ewe lamb's got quite a future. She's really straight and elegant up through that front shoulder. Looks like she's going to end up being a really big ewe in the long run. Same thing with our third place ewe here. Maybe not quite as nice about that front end there at that chest and her chest floor as the first two ewe lambs in class, but certainly a ewe lamb. It looks like she's going to make a really big ewe, a little darker about her color than the first two ewe lambs in the class. I like her in third today. Ewe lamb in fourth place, really a wide base, big bone type of female. She just runs out of gas from a size standpoint as compared to the first three ewe lambs. I like her in four today. And a fancy pattern lamb here to round out our top five. Really like her up through her front end. Just a pretty package to look at. Congratulations on a good set.
Now ready to show pair of ewe lambs. Following that, we will show for Open Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion ewe. Placing on the March and later born ewe lamb class for the National Eastern Regional Southdown Show. First place in Open and in Junior Show to 975, Sand Meadow 2422, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. That ewe weighing 115. Second place to entry number 980, Sunrise 1462, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. That ewe weighing 133. Third place to entry number 990, Dale Davis, Cardington, Ohio. That ewe weighing 133. And second in the junior show to entry 982, Wilds 2409, William and Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. Fifth place to entry 984, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana. Sixth place to and third in the junior show to 974, Katie Drum, Pleasant Valley, New York. Seventh place to entry 987, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. Eighth place to 973, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 9 to 986, Nick Miniter, Lebanon, Indiana. 10 to 983, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. 11th, fourth in the junior show to 976, Grace Thayer, Cummington, Massachusetts. 12th place and fifth in the junior show to 981, Taylor Rito, Colchester, Connecticut. And 6th in the junior show to 978, Robert Kaczynski, Hatfield, Massachusetts. . placing on the pair of ewe lamb class, first place to Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Second place, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Third, Dale Davis, Cardington, Ohio. Fourth place to Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. 5 to Alyssa Niket, Deerfield, New Hampshire. Sixth place, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. 7, Olivia Lanky, Bedford, Pennsylvania. Eighth place to William and Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. 9, who? Seventh place was Olivia Lanky of Bedford, Pennsylvania. Eighth place to William and Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. Ninth place to Olivia Mason, Cummington, Massachusetts. 10 to Amelia Withington, Baltic, Connecticut. 11th place to Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. 12th place to Katie Drum, Pleasant Valley, New York. 13 went to Patrick and Sarah Ransom, Kmar, Maryland. And 14 to Elijah Mariacker, Lee, New Hampshire. Dale and Kathy Davis, Old Glory Farms of Cardington, Ohio, presents an award for the Junior Champion ewe. And KDW Southdown, South Windsor, Connecticut, an award for the Reserve Junior Champion ewe. Also, John Buffington, Alanda Farm, North Ditchton, New Massachusetts, gives an award for the Grand Champion ewe. Northeast Southdown Breeders Association, South Windsor, Connecticut, an award for the Reserve Grand Champion ewe.
That's quite a group of Southdown ewe lambs, folks. So let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. They put on a pretty good show today, and hopefully I didn't screw it up too much. So I'm pretty happy with what surfaced to the top in these classes, and these 5 class winners are just really something to look at. I can just take my time out here and just admire what we've got. That's what good sheep are supposed to do to you. if you like sorting good sheep. I've got the two in my mind that I'm going to use for junior champion in reserve, and I tell you what, we could really go a number of ways. There's several ewe lambs out here that are deserving. It'll be amazing to see how these sheep change and develop as they go on ahead and mature. Today, your junior champion ewe is going to be this January ewe lamb right in front of me. Congratulations, guys. And I'm going to come up here at this late fall ewe lamb for reserve junior champion. Good job.
Junior champion Southdown ewe goes to entry 944 out of the January ewe lamb class. Sunrise 1372, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. The reserve junior champion, the class winner of the late fall ewe lamb class, entry 937, J and A 6404, Alyssa Niket, Deerfield, New Hampshire. Best Headed Ewe award is presented by Lauren and Katie Drum of Pleasant Valley, New York. Also, some other awards. Our Get of Sire class winner will be an award presented by Dale and Kathy Davis, Old Glory Farms, Cardington, Ohio. The Breeders' Flock, as well as the Breeders' Flock Award, will be presented by KDW Southdown, South Windsor, Connecticut. The Exhibitors' Flock, an award by Sand Meadow Farm, South Windsor, Connecticut. Our Junior Show Reserve Grand Champion Award, presented by Sand Meadow Farm, South Windsor, Connecticut. Our Junior Show Grand Champion ewe, an award sponsored by Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. We will also have a premier exhibitor of the Junior Show, and that award presented by KDW Southdown, South Windsor, Connecticut.
Really pleased with the four females that come to the forefront for your champion drive out here, and really can't go wrong with any of these. I've got the two in my mind, and we're not going to waste any time. The day's already been long enough, and it's getting longer by the minute. Your grand champion ewe is going to be your senior champion ewe. Congratulations. That's a really nice ewe. Really good one. We had two tremendous yearling ewe classes earlier in the day, and we're going to use this reserve senior champion ewe for reserve grand. Congratulations.
Grand champion ewe goes to our open show senior champion ewe, 929. 929 came from our early fall ewe lamb class number 2, Wood 2337, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Our reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion, 903 out of class 2 of the yearling ewes, Longenecker 2327, Madison, William and Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. Our junior show grand champion ewe will be that reserve grand champion ewe, 903 from William and Emily Wilds, Longenecker 2327, Madison. We now need to show for our reserve junior show champion. So we need 876 from William and Emily Wilds. We need 904 from Olivia Lanky from Class 2 Yearling Ewes. We need 919 from Oliver Nicholson from Class 1 Early Fall Ewe Lambs. We need 934 from Olivia Mason from Class 2 Early Fall Ewe Lambs. We also need 941 from Olivia Mason from Late Fall Ewe Lambs. We'll need 837 from William Wilds from January Ewe Lambs. We need 953 from Bentley Ransom from the Class 1 February Ewe Lambs. 965 from Oliver Nicholson from Class 2 February Ewe Lambs. And finally, we need 975 from Oliver Nicholson, March and later born ewe lamb class winner. Following the selection of our junior show reserve champion ewe, we will have best headed ewe. As we said, our junior show champion ewe was 903. Our reserve overall open show grand champion ewe, 903, came out of Class 2 of our yearling ewes, Longenecker 2327, Madison, William and Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. Our reserve grand champion ewe for the junior show goes to entry 975 from the March and later born ewe lamb class, Sand Meadow 2422, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. Again, now ready for best headed ewe. Following the best-headed ewe class, we will have our exhibitors flock, followed by breeders flock, then get up sire, and then we'll do the Supreme Champion Southdown. Best-headed ewe goes to entry 941, Rhodes 2435, Olivia Mason, Cummington, Massachusetts. That one coming out of the late fall ewe lamb class, stood fourth in that class, first as a junior. Again, this is exhibitors flock. We'll follow that with breeders flock, then get up sire. Next class will be Breeders' Flock. Placing on the exhibitors flock, first place goes to William and Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. Second to Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Third place, Dale Davis, Cardington, Ohio. 4, Jessica Larry, Oakham, Massachusetts. 5, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. 6th place, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. 7th place, Katie Drum, Pleasant Valley, New York. And 8th place to Patrick and Sarah Ransom, Kmart, Maryland. Again, now we should have Breeders' Flock in the ring. Placing on the Breeders' Flock class, first place to Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Second place, Dale Davis, Cardington, Ohio. Third, Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. 4, Kevin Rhodes, Minden, Massachusetts, of Rhodes Southdown. 5, to Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. And 6th place to Patrick and Sarah Ransom, Kmart, Maryland. Now showing Get of Sire. Remember, following the Get of Sire class, we will be selecting the Supreme Champion Southdown. Placing on the Gaddis Sire class, first place goes to Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Second, Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. Third place, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. And fourth place, Kevin Rhodes, Minden, Massachusetts. We are now ready to show for the Supreme Champion Southdown. So we'll need the Grand Champion ewe and the Grand Champion ram in at this time. Don and Deborah Hopkins and family, North Scituate, Rhode Island, offers a revolving trophy in memory of Donald A. Grant for the Supreme Champion Southdown, which is what we're judging right now.
We finally reached the end of the Southdown show. This is it. Thank goodness. Well, that was a tremendous show for me to sort through, and to kind of cap it off with this deal right here is kind of unique, and really it's a no-win situation for me because we could go either way and completely justify it. I know what I'm going to do. This ewe won a tremendous Southdown female show. You're going to be the overall supreme. Taking nothing away from this ram. Okay? Good job. And young lady, I want to shake your hand. She did a super job. You too, Troy. Super job.
Supreme Champion ewe goes to our Grand Champion ewe, or Supreme Champion Southdown goes to our Grand Champion ewe, which was the Senior Champion ewe. Senior Champion ewe was entry number 929. 929 came out of Class 2 of our early fall ewe lambs, Wood 2337, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. We do have our Premier Breeder Awards to do. Premier Exhibitor for the Southdown show was Rhodes Southdowns of Minden, Massachusetts. The Premier Breeder Award goes to Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. And the Junior Premier Exhibitor Award to Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut.